Strategy and Priorities based on the Global AAR and Regional Meeting Outcome 2023. Regional readiness to receive international USAR assistance, receiving host country support to arriving international USAR teams, partnership with UNDAC and other relevant stakeholders in earthquake response. For session 9, we have Insuraj Strategic Plan 2021 to 2026 and application into the AP Work Plan 2025. Strategic Objective 1 is quality standards. Strategic Objective 2 is localization. Strategic Objective 3 is flexible response. And Strategic Objective 4 is partnerships. After that, we will be moving on to a tea and a coffee break. For session 10, we have Insuraj Strategic Plan and application into the AP Work Plan 2025 continued. After which we'll be going into lunch. For session 11, we have reporting back summary of the AP Work Plan 2025 and development of AP Regional Calendar 2025. Session 12 will be member state announcements. Session 13 will be key regional meeting outcomes, presenting the new Troika 2025 AOB and closing address. Moving on to session number 8, I would like to call our speakers on stage. Winston Chang. Belit Dazmir. Taehon Cho. Brigadier General Eddie Prakoso. And Dr. Rizwan Nasser. This session will be facilitated by Haruka. Haruka, can we please have you on stage?
Thank you for introducing this session. So, thank you for introducing this session. Before we start this session, I have an announcement on behalf of the host. As you can see, there's a video camera in this room, and then this whole regional meeting is on live stream on YouTube. So please note that this meeting will be online. So this session, what we are going to do today is regional planning of AP calendar, and also we develop the regional priority for the next year and onwards. So before we start, I'd like to start today's session with a reflection of Turkey after action review into Asia Pacific regional planning. And here you can see the general topics. So we will have several topics here, which was some raised from the previous ERE took place at both global and regional at the regional meeting last year in New Zealand. So some of the key outcome of the previous meeting that related to HB regional group includes regional readiness to receive international use assistance, receiving or host country for the arriving international user team to coordinate and arrange logistics for the incoming team. And also there was a lot of mention about first responders and community responders. And also lastly, I'd like to also highlight the partnership with UNDAC and other relevant stakeholders in earthquake response. Turkey response was also a highlight of how important the partnership with UNDAC and other stakeholders that respond into the same emergency. So as an opening session of the day, I'd like to invite Winston to have a few points.
Assalamu alaikum. So, dear colleagues, we have come to a very important topic, and you heard us mention, and many of you who were at the Global AAR last year in October in Qatar as well, that was developed into the comprehensive report of the Turkey-Syria after-action review of the earthquake. The largest in INSARAG's history. This is the largest earthquake, and almost all of you here responded to the call for international assistance. Now, we can spend a whole week talking about this lessons learned. And in fact, if you look at the book, we quoted our chief at that point of RSB, and now she got promoted up to New York. And she said, we will talk about this earthquake, the lessons from this earthquake, till we all retire, at least for me. But this is not a laughing matter, because every earthquake we go, INSARAG, every major earthquake we go, from the Kashmir earthquake, the Gorkha earthquake in Nepal, you name it, we have been there. We have conducted Haiti earthquake, we have conducted an after-action review. You can find these resources in insarag.org as well. So, the key lessons coming out from this will be brought forward. I think Haruka mentioned a few key points, and I would like to say the floor will soon be open for colleagues to comment, to add, and see how best some of these lessons can, number one, be incorporated into your own national disaster response plans. Because we are speaking about first responders, community first responders trained in accordance to INSARAG standards. We are talking about a trained population able to react. We are also talking about how a government decides on what point they need international assistance and what assistance. Now this is very important, because if a government is still deciding, the clock is ticking, and this has been discussed in the last several days, that time is of the essence. You know, I'm preaching to the converted like an old tape recorder, because every earthquake is the same. OCHA is very quick. The GDEX alert is very fast. But we need the government of the day, the affected government, to say, yes, we need what type of assistance? Do you need light teams, medium teams, or heavy teams? How many teams? In Nepal, the airport can only take 7 airplanes, including commercial airlines. The scale of Turkey, there's no way you expect 90 countries to respond. I checked back and I saw that it was 90 countries that responded. Only Turkey, I think at this stage, can manage such a response because of the scale of the response. It's just unthinkable. We set up 10 coordination centers, 1 UCC, 10 SCCs, and each of these SCCs were 200 kilometers apart. Alan and I cannot understand that, because the length of Singapore is 50 kilometers, I think. You know, so can you imagine? How can the SCC come and report to the UCC for a briefing? No way. Okay, so each must function like a UCC. So we need all of you wearing the patch proudly to stand tall and say, I will coordinate the USAR of international teams in support of AFAD And AFAD was huge. They have AFAD everywhere. Okay, and they have the INAP system as well. So I'll leave that to colleagues here to speak about it. So to me, the receiving country has to incorporate into their response plans how to quickly, within 2 hours, at most 5, inform the international community what sort of assistance you need, what type of assistance, because then the international community will, within 8 hours, because they are fast, within 8 hours the aeroplane is on the runway. 80, 60, 80, 100 rescuers, medical personnel, a few hundred tons of equipment, search dogs are on the runway. And this happened in Turkey. And a number of teams, because of its proximity to Europe, arrived on the same day. The UNDAC team arrived on the same day. So we are talking about speed. Okay, so on that note, colleagues, it sets the agenda, because the arriving teams then followed the INSARAG processes of the RDC, the UCC, and the SCCs accordingly. And UNDAC was in huge number. There were about 30 of us. Okay, and that was what was needed to coordinate this response. I spent a bit of time to set the stage, because the INSARAG system worked. That was clear. I'm not here to preach INSARAG, because INSARAG is all of us. And the international community recognized that it worked. Of course, there are areas to improve, but teams were able to respond, were able to follow the methodology that we practiced in the ERE just a week ago, and that we are constantly talking about that in the guidelines and the course of these meetings. So with that note, colleagues, we'll go on to the next part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Winston. Before we start the other presentations, I'd like to invite Belit. He is, of course, from Turkey, and he was there as the national response teams. So I'd like to invite Belit to have a short briefing.
Thank you, Haruka. I don't have a formal speech prepared, but if you guys were, some of you were at the team leaders meeting in Brazil, then some of this might be a little review. For what I'd like to kind of go over, as I'm a member of ACUT and a team focal point, and this is a 4,000 or 5,000 member organization and the first classified team in Turkey. And we had 1,000 people deployed in the ground, and another 300 working in the background. Of course, this came with a lot of challenges, and we were speaking with the INSARAG system very early on after the earthquake. But we, having it being our largest deployment in our history, we had our own challenges, and in the adaptation of the INSARAG system within our team also provided a little challenging. For example, the usage of forms of reporting to SCCs or UCCs alongside with reporting information to AFAD under the domestic coordination mechanism. So when you ask a team of 1,000 people to fill out forms, and when people are dragging you off the street for surface rescues, the forms went out the window at that point. So this is something we're working on, and I know the Information Manager Working Group is also working on to make it easier for us to collect information. On another note though, we have realized that when we were classifying or looking at checklists or reading the guidelines, we found ourselves that we look at it from an external classification point of view, and maybe kind of didn't focus on the responsibilities of a classified team that's responding in its own country for a international scale disaster. And one of these things that we first experienced was for example, the setting up of RDCs, and we realized how important an RDC is. But when our team members went up to one of the commercial airports and said, we're like, set up an RDC, the airport manager said, what's an RDC? And you're not the government, so get out of here. So this was of course fed back to the government, and now AFAD has taken steps actually, because as they are part of the Ministry of Interior, all the governors of 81 provinces also report to the Ministry of Interior. Now, one of the steps that they're taking is have training for the Office of the Governor for each province, so that when something happens, international teams will come, and there will be something like an RDC. You should allow it, because it will help, it'll make our jobs easier, etc. So AFAD has taken a lot of steps to facilitate the acceptance of response in the aftermath of a disaster striking a country that has 4 classified teams. That's why, and interestingly enough, a few months before the earthquake, we had the regional AEME ERE in Ankara, which was about 4 or 5 months before the earthquake. And so it got us to thinking, what if we hadn't have had that ERE? Would have the coordination become even more challenging? Or how much has the ERE actually helped us in the response? Of course, the ERE is very much scripted, so a lot of the things that we thought we would achieve in the timeframes that we played out in the ERE wasn't really in reality, but we believe that it would have been a lot worse if we had not had the ERE before the earthquake. So I know there was discussion coming up in terms of raising your hand about hosting an AP ERE next year, especially for those countries here who are disaster prone, and many Asia Pacific countries are. If you have the means to do it, I would really encourage you to host an ERE, because that really, especially the Turkish experience, really made us kind of be more aware of the domestic dynamics and coordination mechanisms, which we didn't think that we would use so quickly or so soon after the ERE. And also remember the INSARAG system has delivered, but it has delivered with the teams that you have deployed for the classification levels that you are at. Of course, the INSARAG system was not designed for a team of 1,000, and we learned this the hard way during the earthquake, because coordinating or managing a team of 1,000 on the ground is a whole different matter than managing a team of 50 personnel of a medium team, or 70 or 80 personnel for a heavy team. So I would encourage the organizations here to kind of look at how you would coordinate and plug into the INSARAG system as a classified team receiving HUSAR assistance, international assistance from abroad. But that being said, our lesson for us, and that I would encourage you to look at, is that, like I said, classifying internationally is one thing, and preparing for that, for international deployments, is one thing, but accepting classified teams is another thing. And this is something that we've taken back actually to the Guidelines Review Group, and to kind of set more clear explanations or guidance in there in terms of what a host nation should do, even if they are very aware of the INSARAG system. On that note, I know many of you here, as Winston's mentioned, have responded. And as a final note, I'd like to thank all of you who have responded to our time and need. This was, no matter how well funded or unfunded the government can be, I think no one country can be prepared for a disaster that, I think it covered the geographic area of Bulgaria or Romania, across hundreds of kilometers between SCCs. So this was a very dire moment in our country's history, and we are very grateful for all of you who have come out to help us, and you can bet that we will come to help you in your need if your country ever gets hit. Of course, we'd like to only meet you in training and exercises. But thank you again for responding to us in our time of need. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty, for highlighting the key point of how the preparedness and all the INSARAG methodology, how it worked in the Turkey response, and also thank you for highlighting how important for the host country to prepare for possible incoming country. Thank you so much. It's quite a relevant topic for Asia Pacific country as well. So in relation to the host country arrangement, I would like to invite the first speaker, Pak Edi, Brigadier General Edi Praskoso from Indonesia. He will talk about the localization and host country support of Indonesia, how the Indonesia is making effort to improve the interoperability between national and international system.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to you all, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. On behalf of Basarnas, the National Rescue Search and Rescue Agency of Republic of Indonesia, I extend to have heard graduated from FLIM opportunity to share our nation effort implementation location in our country. Next. I will begin the presentation with next slide. With a common understanding the geographical map of Indonesia, combined with the first archipelago which face unique challenge disaster management. Next slide, please. The world-class archipelago country and located between the continent of Asia and Australia, concerning the more than 17,000 islands with a long coastline of the 81 kilometers, then I cannot deny that Indonesia is a maritime characteristic country. Indonesia is also considered as one of the most disaster-prone countries. Even it's exposed to the range of national and hydrometeorological hazard and so much affect the most deaths in Indonesia. To deal with such risks as well as to provide the adequate response promptly to the affected community, Basarnas has established 43 SAR offices and 77 SAR posts with Indonesia territory, especially in the high-risk area disaster. That main tasks and responsibilities the province are service in various types of disasters, including earthquakes, tsunami, landslides, flood, liquefaction, volcano eruptions, and typhoon, as well as other emergencies such as drawing, a missing person, a jungle or mountain, and other cases. Began in 2019, Indonesian getting more understand disaster management concept from the INSARAG methodology, the IC mechanism to give knowledge the skill needed to strengthen the capacity of search and rescue in Indonesia. Considering the Indonesia geography as characteristic, lesson learned from the past national mission within the current status Basarnas capacity will need to consider having strategic approach to fostering collaboration with local government, communities, and international partners to strengthen our preparedness response into the local and national level. Our focus in the training local responder, developing community response plan, and building resistant infrastructure, imagining the impact of disaster. Localization playing the critical role in ensuring emergency response community engagement, integrating local knowledge resources and capability into our strategies. We not only increase the efficiency to operation, but also ensure the response measures are totally sensitive and more aligned with the need of the communities we serve. Next slide. The United Nations General Assembly Resolution 57/150 dated 16 December of 2002 identifies that each country has the responsibility to take care of people at effective disaster and other emergency with a territory. Each country has the primary role is in the initiation, organization, coordination, and implementation humanitarian assistance. Upon the EIC in 2016, INASAR said their expert has listened to all Basarnas personnel. This mechanism to call is the National Accreditation Process or NAP. This is also way in Indonesia to implement the INSARAG strategic spirit is to promote capability development to international and local level, the strength and community preparedness. This mechanism also applies to NGOs, private sector, representative minister and government officer and deal with disaster management. Other benefit from the establishment of NAP in Indonesia is we can provide many qualified person as a pool resources for INASAR team the future and we can deploy the national mission if needed. We have nation regulation, the legal framework of NAP in Indonesia in 2021. We appointed 4 search and rescue SAR officers as a pilot project Padang, Palembang, Mataram, and Manado SAR office. This appointment was based on the disaster fortunately is the west and central region, and in the 2025 we target 4 more SAR office. The current NAP in Indonesia refer to INSARAG guidelines 2020 and also adopt the concept of EIC as the NAP initial stage. Basarnas headquarters will appoint SAR officers of professional acceptance from the SAR potential will apply for the NAP. The EPPR has as strict as local as possible. Physiology was serve customer able to looks, tellers, traffic, target group, or country focusing the fundamental search and rescue. The model has been tested in Indonesia and other nations within the responsive region. Peter Gox Harris delivered the training of trainer or TOT. Currently with the earthquake in Turkey in February 2023, Indonesia request to Peter to conduct training system from inside during professional search and rescue operation. Specializing in competence from local capacity building and resilience, the disaster management is necessary was undiscovered in Turkey, where over 7,000 lives were safely in the first 24 hours, with local first responder accounting for 80 to 90% of this rescue, thus engineering local resilience and capability culture. Additionally, Indonesia is committed to implementing the INSARAG methodology to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of frontline emergency response, integrating the urban search and rescue or USAR principle into the nation response framework. This commitment reflects Indonesia's contribution to the global network. The independent megatrust earthquake in Indonesia has been requiring news headline the recent month, stating the urgency for Indonesia authorities, including local government, to prioritize disaster management effort. It is crucial to prepare for the potential impact the significant earthquake resulting from the interaction from 2 converging tectonic plates. Basarnas, as the primary coordinator from Search and Rescue Operation has taken the initiative to integrate all the national response team and coordinating bodies into the simulated environment. This approach allows participants to experience the situation firsthand and test their responses according to established protocol. The exercise control group will facilitate the organization on simulation applying pressure the participants to compress a timeline that span on the first day to the simulation, ensuring they accurately prepare for real-life scenario. The National Emergency Response Exercise, or in short, NAREX, is scheduled for 2025 upon the consultation with the government. Once I have requested the green light, we will notify the Secretariat and if possible include in the NAP work plan from 2025. That's conclude my presentation. Shukriya.
Thank you so much, Mark Eddy, for the excellent initiative of national capacity development in line with INSARAG to ensure that INSARAG is implemented at both national and international level, and then the connecting dots through INSARAG classified teams. And thank you also for presenting on the national ERA, which is excellent initiative also to review all your response capacity and SOP. Thank you so much. So we will have a Q&A session after all the presenters and after all the presentations. So please take note of your comment and the questions, and please come up at the end of the presentations. So I would like to invite Mr. Tae-hyun Cho as the next speaker, who would speak on the importance of partnership.
Good morning. UN officials, delegates from member states, fellow firefighters, and disaster managers. My name is Tae-hyun Cho. I'm Deputy Director of International Affairs at Korean National Fire Agency and operational focal point of Korea Disaster Relief Team. I'm giving a presentation on the partnership in earthquake response and preparedness. Taking this opportunity, I point out some issues regarding AP region with a focus on partnership and will introduce some of what Korea is doing recently. A lot have been discussed after 2023 Turkey and Syria earthquake, and there are many proposals have been made to better respond to future earthquake. I will quickly remind you some of it from After Action Review report regarding the partnership with UNDAC. First, cooperation between UNDAC and INSARAG should be reinforced for stronger collaboration. They can have joint trainings and meetings to understand what functions should be implemented together at operational level, such as coordination cell and RDC. Secondly, term of reference for both UNDAC UC region and INSARAG UC manager should be further clarified to avoid confusion when collaborating. Thirdly, they can travel together for faster response and early coordination. Specifically, USAR teams are encouraged to offer seats for UNDAC members when deployed. Lastly, sharing information from ICMS with UNDAC for better cooperation. We can see there must have been some discrepancy in collaboration between the two expert groups. So when Korea hosted the UNDAC induction course last May in National Fire Service Academy, we tried to address this issue for future deployment. Approximately 25% of participants had USAR background, and Korea also had 3 members joined in this program, and all of those 3 members were from our USAR team. In Korea, we used to have UNDAC members from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Korean International Cooperation Agency, but it was very difficult for them to get the final approval for deployment individually. Because their leadership normally do not have enough understanding of UNDAC mission and internal issues are more important for high-level officials. So now all active UNDAC members in Korea are part of USAR team and they can be deployed with USAR team if needed. In addition to after action review, this topic was also discussed in Asian Pacific Regional Meeting in New Zealand last year. In the breakout discussion on field coordination led by Mr. Shinya Iwata from Japan, the need of strengthening interoperability with UNDAC and cross-training of UCC and RDC was recommended. Enough about partnership with UNDAC, let's bring the partnership issue to Asian Pacific region. This is natural hazard risk map of APEC region. Orange color means earthquake risk and blue color means tropical storm risk. Look at Japan, how red they are. Philippines, red and blue combination. China, Taiwan, you name it. Looks like Korea is the only country that is safe from all the natural hazards. But don't be too jealous because we have North Korea. Let's look at a little more details that shows how vulnerable our region is. This is the statistics for more than 50 years between 1970 to 2022. It shows how many people died due to natural disaster. Left one is AP region and right one is the rest of the world. Let's look at the numbers. 2 million versus 1.4 million. In AP region, we have more deaths than the rest of the world combined. This is another slide. It is people affected from disaster, people who have damage from the disaster. We need to focus on the numbers in the center. 7 billion people in the AP region were affected by disaster. Meanwhile, only 1.24 billion people were affected in the rest of the world. In AP region, more than 5 times of people were affected from the disaster than the rest of the world. We just looked at how vulnerable Asian Pacific region is. So what do we do about it? I mentioned this yesterday's breakout session, but I will reiterate this in front of everyone. Earthquake in AP region will not be like Turkey response, Turkey earthquake. In Europe, there are 20 plus classified teams within the range of 5 hours flight time. They are ready to deploy it. They are packed with state-of-the-art equipment and well-trained professionals, K9s. In Asian Pacific region, majority of countries are on islands. We are far from each other, not many classified teams, no land transportation for logistical support. This is why partnership is very important in our region. We should know each other better and be prepared together so that when something happens, we can respond together as we are prepared with our partners. Fortunately, in Southeast Asia, 10 ASEAN member countries have strong relations. They have AHA Center, which is the coordination center that coordinates disaster response. They have ERAT, which is Emergency Response and Assessment Team, which is similar to UNDAC. And there is regional joint exercise called RDEX, which is ASEAN Regional Disaster Emergency Response Simulation Exercise, where ASEAN countries share their SOPs and strengthen their network in the region. However, many Asian countries are still vulnerable and exposed to most disasters in the region. What should we do about it? Korea is trying to bilaterally connect with other countries in the region. I just quickly explain some of our connections. A few weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, KDRT participated in Singapore's Operation Lionheart exercise. 15 skeleton team members from KDRT went to Singapore and joined Singapore's quarterly exercise to share both countries' expertise and experiences. It was part of the follow-up action after our first ever bilateral MOU between KNFA and SCDF. And last week, there was an ASEAN ministerial meeting on disaster management, and Korea officially proposed to participate in RDEX 25. And Cambodia, the chair country next year, accepted our proposal. We hope to extend our relationship with more countries in the region, and I hope other countries also have their own partnership with other countries, so that we can be better prepared. Any country, any delegate want to connect with South Korea, please contact me. I'm the one who's gonna do the job. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Taehyung, for being always active and also highlighting the different contexts between Turkey and Asian landscape from countries. And as Japanese, I don't know what to say towards Korean situation or context, but it's good to see that you're all prepared. And thank you also for highlighting the importance of partnership between ANDAC, because it was also a key highlight of the after action review. And I am also an ANDAC regional focal point for Asia Pacific, and this is also something that I've been working on from ANDAC end as well. And if you have participated in the Asia Pacific earthquake response exercise that just took place last week, you saw the collaboration between ANDAC and INSARAG. We used the new SOP that was reviewed and developed based on the after action review on Turkey response. So this strengthening of interoperability is already happening. And thank you also for taking part in our desk, because of those active involvement of international teams, Cambodia is now reaching out to us, asking that they want to understand more about INSARAG and more about ANDAC. So thank you so much for the bilateral engagement, which really led to higher awareness raising of whole coordination systems. Thank you so much. And then I would like to invite the last speaker of this session, Dr. Rizwan, who, as you already know from the last week, is very passionate about capacity development of the community responders. So I'd like to invite Dr. Rizwan.
Yeah. Do we have the video? Sorry, so they're having some, yeah. So the inject, huh?
Inject. Oh, is it here?
No. So I think, yeah, I'd just like to apologize. I think the video, they're having some problem in uploading it. Just two things, I think, specifically that we wanted to share, especially from the Turkey experience. Number one is what we saw, the strengths, and the lessons learned. I think the biggest lesson learned, depending on the size of the country, is strengthening of the community teams. Whosoever comes, and especially if we look at the terrain, like we have the mountains in the north, and then see in the south, we've got middle area, and especially in the mountain area, thank you, and especially in the mountain area, one of the biggest problems that we face is those areas are totally cut off. So I think stress on the importance of the community program, and I'd just like to congratulate Winston and the entire team of INSARAG for bringing in and standardizing that course. I think that's something lessons that we learned even from Turkey, that the immediate response is of prime importance. If we can just have that slide. Diva, can we have the slide? Yeah, right there. Okay. So what we had focused was, so I have three things that we would stress on. Number one, obviously, we need to strengthen the coordination between UNDAC and INSARAG. That will be from our side as well, number one. Number two is, we need to strengthen our national teams, because depending on the size of the country, if you have a population of 242 million, first of all, I think we have to be prepared ourselves, as well as then to be able to help others. So that's what we are focusing on at the National Training Center that we have, that we are training the teams. And then going in for the local national accreditation program, that is going to be another area that we're going to be specifically focusing at. And then the other one is this, the level 1, level 2, and the level 3. So the entire purpose of level 1 is to have a first aider in every home. So somebody is trained, there is a trauma, or so what the impact immediately that they can help is tremendous. And then the level 2 is, we now going into all colleges, and the universities are bringing in credit hours. We're going to be training them to a certain level. And then the level 3 is where we have the ERTs at 3 levels. ERT in every community, ERT in the industry, and ERT in the high-rise buildings. So that's for the urban centers. But in particular for the distant areas where the access is a problem, where so that area in particular, we're focusing on building the, we have an internship program, but at the same time building the emergency response teams. So I think the introduction of this community program at this stage is perfect and really sinks in with the entire thing. And I think that is a lesson learned that I think from all the floods, from all the other incidents and the disasters that we've responded to, that the community emergency response teams are a big strength, and I think the 80% of the response even in Turkey was from the local community. So I think that's where we're going to be a big focus is going to be. The other would be that I think we go for the International Day Volunteer Search Challenge. So that's another one. On the 5th of December every year there is the International Volunteer Day of the UN. And so I think on that day, that's what we bring all the teams together. Last year we had teams from the regional South Asian countries. And today I think if we can extend it to the Asia Pacific region, and if you have the teams and we can do the sharing of our experiences, we'll hold a conference where we have shared the lessons learned. If there is certain experiences that Asia Pacific, any of the country has specifically strengthening their own community, how they've kept their engagement. I think engagement remains a big challenge because once you train them, you tend to lose them. So if there are lessons learned regarding that, that is really what we will be looking forward to. And this year on the 5th of December, we're doing it, but now we make it an annual event where, so we like all the community. China participated last year, and there were teams from Sri Lanka, there was teams from Maldives, there were teams from several of the countries within the region. But I think we'll extend this invitation to the Asia Pacific region that not just the, especially the search and rescue team, but also the community emergency response teams can also participate in this. So around October is the challenge for what we did this year, International Rescue Challenge. We'd like to make this a regular event so that there are lessons learned, the skills that we can enhance, and we can deploy and simulate an exercise as well, actual real basis. So I think that's what we're going to be doing. And at the same time, the 5th of December, please remember the date, 5th of December, we're looking at the International Volunteer Day. So we look forward to more cooperation between the Asia Pacific region. And thank you all. Thank you to the INSARAG Secretariat, the Asia Pacific office specifically for organizing all this and helping us with this. Thank you. We going to? You can run the video. That's the Turkey response. But I think a lot of people, Turkey responded to these things. I think the only purpose why we specifically played this video is one. We're forgetting Turkey and the lessons learned from Turkey. And one of the biggest lessons that we learned was that going beyond the rubble, we don't have to wait for the rubble. I don't know if it's INSARAG which is willing to take the responsibility or somebody else. We need to do a vulnerability and where we assessing the capacity of the teams to respond. Who's focusing on prevention? Will we allow such, because this is going to be the challenge for the future where we go more and more high-rise. All these new, low middle income countries rapidly doing a lot of development, whether it was Turkey wanting to join the European Union, that they undertook such rapid development. There'll always be targets. Even yesterday when I was moving around Islamabad, evening, I could see a lot of rapid proliferation of high-rise buildings. So are we waiting for them to fall? Are we looking at where they stand? What is the fault line? Have they been built as per the standards? What is the risk involved in that country? Now, who's going to undertake that responsibility? So I think that one of the biggest lessons learned from Turkey was if those buildings and everything else was of that level and standard, was an assessment carried out ever? What were the steps that we can take to actually prevent these from taking place? We train our communities, we'll have far better preparedness, fine. But can we prevent? Can we stop this? Can we improve our planning? Or are we going to constantly lose things? Or are we going to focus on safe, sustainable development? So I think going beyond the INSARAG, because it is obviously the International Search and Rescue Advisory Group, obviously we are taking on floods, considering the forest fires that the Australians and all of us discussed. That's a huge challenge for us because as more forest cover increases, that's going to be another problem that we're going to face it. But at the same time, we find ourselves quite helpless when it comes to this area. So I think that's where if we can focus, and I don't know whether a number of the fire services would already be doing those assessments, but if we can focus on that, that will be lovely. So I hope that we don't have to respond to such incidents. I think that's a big focus, and that's going to be some of the major activity that we're going to be undertaking during times when we don't have those disasters. So I hope jointly we can focus on that as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan, for another invitation for your training events, and also reminding us how the Turkey looked like, because I also had a bit of a flashback looking at the video. Thank you so much. So before we proceed with Q&A, I actually have three proposals. Proposal from Asia Pacific INSARAG Secretariat, which is basically me. Also, I have a few points based on the after action review that I'd like you to consider some points. The first one is under updating UC trainer roster in the region. So, of course, the user coordination was one of the highlights of after action review of Turkey, how important it is to ensure the coordination system is there. And I see actively, many countries are actively organizing UC training at country level, and I really appreciate that. And of course, that's what you should do as INSARAG classified teams to prepare for next IER, and also IRNAP to establish a system. So it's a really amazing events that you are organizing, but as a result, we have so many UC courses, but at the same time, we have less TOT in the region. The last one was conducted in 2019, and many of the trainers that are trained by the common systems, many of them are no longer available. So whenever a country requests me to find facilitators, I struggle. So please consider, if you are planning to organize UC course, also consider organizing TOT so that we can brush up the regional roster of the list of trainers. And now is a good time because so many teams deployed to Turkey and took part in the coordination. So we have a lot of knowledge now. So this is really a good timing to do regional TOT. Also share the lessons learned from Turkey. So please consider in the next session when you go into the breakout. And then the second one is strengthening partnership with the UNDAC liaison role to UC. It was already highlighted by Tae Hyung Seo. I wouldn't go further, but also it was a highlight of how important UNDAC support to USA coordination to make it smooth. So when you discuss the partnership section, please also consider, because I know a lot of you are also UNDAC focal points. And after this meeting, I will change my hat to UNDAC focal point, and I will reach out to you all. And then the last one is the localization. It was again mentioned by all the speakers, and today we have 2 Pacific countries that are joining this meeting. So let's discuss localization, the capacity development, so that as a regional group we can always ensure the localization part. It was also repeated many times in last day. So before I close this session, I'd like to invite for any comment or question from the floor. Is there any question to any of the speakers?
I have a comment.
No comment? I hope everybody enjoyed the PowerPoint presentation because they are all good points. But before we close, Winston have a final comment.
No, colleagues, any questions? I'm sure all of you responded as well. This is the biggest response we had in the history of INSARAG. So I'm sure everyone will have a story to tell. So please, if you have, then the INSARAG webpage, we have a dedicated section where we want to hear your story and your own after-action review. Now, colleagues, I would like to highlight 3 points. Meg. Okay, there's a point on Australia, so they'll take notes. I think number 1 is this. There's a huge mention of UNDAC. And I want to really say this, that INSARAG started in 91, and INSARAG gave birth to UNDAC for a special reason. UNDAC was born in 1993, the Blue Vest, and we saw them in the AAR. How many of you are UNDAC members? Thank you. Now, UNDAC provided that coordination role before we had so many IEC teams. The Blue Vest, I sometimes say, is the magic vest, because when you speak to the airport manager, they look at the UN logo, they know you represent the rest of the international teams coming. They don't just look at USA teams, they are looking at the humanitarian actors that are coming in. They are looking at the relief items that are coming in. If we just say the USA team is responsible, now, if it's not USA team, they'll say, please wait outside. Then we have lost the opportunity of coordination. That's why OCHA plays a critical role in coordination. It's our middle name. It's our middle name. So I will really encourage, number 1, that USA teams engage with the Secretariat, nominate suitable members to join UNDAC, like what Korea mentioned. This is critical. And the role of UNDAC, let's be clear, you are not to take over the role of USA coordination. That is the role of INSARAG today, because our IEC teams are able to manage that. But UNDAC should come as a liaison. Hopefully it's a USA member, and say to the UCC, how can I help you? How can I advocate for your teams with the Lima that I'm talking to, that the OSOC, that the RC, you saw the RC coming on the first day, the RC is the most senior UN representative in an affected country. And if there's anything to advocate, UNDAC will brief the RC, and that will be in the messaging. If we need more teams, we need more resources. So make use of UNDAC. Don't push them away. They wear the blue vest for a reason. That's why USA teams don't wear a blue vest, but UNDAC does. And I have to stress this point, okay, because through the years, UNDAC has evolved, going through many disasters, but when an earthquake happens, 30 over UNDAC members were here to support the USA operations in the first 10 days of an earthquake. Now, another point is this. we all talk about the first arriving team setting up the RDC, the UCC. What we think, or at least I think from the OCHA perspective and coming from this AAR, is we need leaders. Who is the UC manager? Is that person trained? You need a manager with nerves of steel. Not just the first arriving team. Yes, the first arriving team can set up, but we need a leader there to stand up to a team from the Americas, from the United States, from AMERCOM of Russia, from Italy, from Indonesia, and say, you are assigned sector A, you are assigned sector B. That sort of confidence. And in the last ERE, we saw Malaysia doing it very well, and with the support of the UNDEC backing you up. So that is critical, and I hope this region will push for a UC manager's course. If we can run a IECR leadership course, because we need leaders in the IEC system, then please consider a UC manager's course. And the last point I want to mention, and Mac, we spoke about this, and a few other NGO teams in Europe, INSRAC classified teams mentioned this. The UCC moved 200 kilometers in the course of this earthquake. The UCC, and many of us in command positions in our role in emergency response know that you don't just move a command post, you don't just move a fire engine. And we know that if a team needs to leave after 5 days, the team that was managing the UCC in Hatay just said, bye-bye, I'm going back. I can leave my stuff here, I'm going back. But then, the next team that was there, because there were a dozen teams, said, sorry, I'm not ready to lead the UCC. So the US and Iceland had to bring the UCC with Haruka 200 kilometers away to Adiyaman. It's ridiculous, in my view, okay? But no one else in Hatay was ready to say, I will take over. Okay? So today, my challenge to all of you is, as I spoke to Australia, so we are looking for a crack team. 4 people, 6 people, with your James Bond kit, RDC kit, UCC kit. You don't need to bring a lot of equipment. Go by the fastest way, commercial aircraft or whatnot, to the place, set up, and stay, please, from start to finish. Because till today, we still don't have full information of what is in the SCCs, the whole history of that. Okay? So I hope that you will take this into account, because the key coordination points must capture all this information, and it must be led by someone made of steel, okay, able to lead the way, and the teams will follow. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winston, for adding more proposals from Secretariat. So there are more things to consider in the breakout sessions. And by the way, I enjoyed moving from Hatay to Adiyaman. I was picked up by Chinook. But I agree that everyone, if you're ISA classified, should be ready to take over UC, because you should be all trained. Thank you. Before I close, I just want to invite for the final confirmation if there's any question or comment. Okay, so thank you very much for all the presenters for sharing the insights. Okay, then I would like to move on to the next session, which is based on all the discussion that just took place, and whatever going through in your mind, I would like to introduce the breakout sessions. But before I do that, I will do a little bit of introduction here. So we will do this planning in accordance with the INSARAG strategic plan, a 5-year plan from 2021 and 2026. We have 4 pillars: quality standards, localization, flexible response, and partnership. And all of the lessons learned can be related to one of those topics or more. So what will happen now is that we will break up into 4 groups, and according to the different topics, we will do a discussion, and we identify the regional priority and the regional plan for the next coming years. I wouldn't go through the strategic plan because it has been distributed for the last 5 years. So I just quickly go through that there is a quality assurance to ensure the team and also the INSARAG coordination methodology in place. And also localization. It's very obvious, the national accreditation process, first responders course, and the community responders course. And flexible response, now we are more focused on the flood response as one of the particular response that INSARAG could involve in. So in this discussion, we will focus more on the flood response in the breakout. And then again, partnerships. So we repeatedly highlighted the importance of partnership with ANDAC in this session 8. But of course, there are other partners, as Taehyun mentioned. There are ASEAN, and also some of the teams are going to attend the environmental emergency training, which is an emergency deployment scheme of environmental expert, which OCHA coordinates in jointly with UNEP. And this is maybe another way of flexible response, I suppose. So please discuss those different partnerships that could be strengthened in the INSARAG, and also the response and coordination. So before, again, going to more details, I'd like to share the activities being planned in 2025. So most of the activities here that we have in our calendar now are ICIR. So other than that, we have a UC course in Singapore being planned in March, right before HNPW, and also a regional meeting that might take place in early August. But other than that, we don't really have events and trainings. So if you consider hosting some event or training, please make sure to include in your breakout discussion. We will take note and put in the calendars. So this is the instruction of breakouts. So we will divide you to 4 different groups, and then in those breakout rooms, according to the different topics, we will focus on hazard mapping and resource mapping of the Asia-Pacific region, and then reflection of Turkey after action review. So in each breakout rooms, we will ask you what kind of events that you are organizing in relation to those topics, or what will be the contribution. So I know that all the countries have intention to go through ILNAP or NAP, but if you have any intention to provide resources, please please include as your input. So what we're going to do here is the resource mapping and event mapping and needs mapping to achieve whatever we need to do to achieve those goals, 4 pillars. So breakout room 1, the first group will consist of Australia, Japan, Tuvalu, Nepal. 2, China, Indonesia, Turkey. 3, Pakistan, Philippines, Russia. 4, South Korea, Singapore, Samoa, and Thailand. And I put the stars in Turkey and Russia because they are not part of Asia Pacific, but your inputs are taken by our note taker, and we will be liaised to AEMA regional group. So the group 1 started with Broom Lagos, group 2 started with Broom Jade, and then group 3 and 4, this room will be divided into 2, so please still here. And then the sequence of group breakout discussion, if you're in group 8, group 1, proceed 2, 3, 4, it's a sequence of numbers, so it's very simple. Please take a picture of this. We will do 2 rounds of breakup before coffee break and continue after coffee break, and all the breakup discussion will be finished by lunchtime. Do you have any questions? Sorry, I forgot to introduce the facilitators. Malaysia is missing. Can you please join too? Thank you. I'm sorry. And I also forgot to introduce the facilitators. For quality standard, we have David Lewis from Australia and also Safri-san from Malaysia. And for localization, we have Q Ming Hao from China and also Naveen as facilitators. And for flexible response, we have Jeremy with Milk from Malaysia. And partnership will be facilitated by Taehyung and myself. So please move into your breakout, and then the first breakout discussion should finish by 10:45. Thank you.
नहीं सर, वो मैं ड्राइव पे अपलोड करके दे दूंगा ना। अभी की बात के लिए जी सर, वो तो मैं इनको ड्राइव पे करके दूंगा ना, यूट्यूब पे भी हमारी पड़ी होगी और इनको ड्राइव पे दे दूंगा तो वहाँ से इजीली डाउनलोड भी कर सकेंगे। गूगल ड्राइव। वो जी सर मैं कर
Last one, stage 4 is technical reference note. So what we've drafted is a technical reference note for capacity building. And I'm going to be asking you at some point, where's that microphone go to? Sorry? Where's the microphone go to? Oh, okay. All right, thank you. The technical reference note, I'm going to be asking you what you think should go in that contents. Now, keep in mind the technical reference note is about capacity development. It's not a technical reference note to say these are the standards that you must hold. It's about if I wanted to take on this capability in my country, what are some things that I should identify that are going to help me improve that capacity building? With the directory, where are we going to put the directory? Because I've brought it up a few times. Where we would like to put it is on the VOSOC. If you go to the VOSOC, you identify that there's a list section. And in the list section, you also have your relief team directory. Then under the relief team directory, if you go into the type name, we've got a drop-down list here. Now there's two areas that are really used within that drop-down list. There's about 8 or 9 different subject titles. The two that are mostly used are EMTs, Emergency Medical Treatment Teams, and the other one is the USAR teams. Most of our names have up there with USAR. There's firefighting, there's WASH, there's coordination. Most of our teams don't use those tabs. So our discussion with INSARAG at the moment is, what do we do with these tabs? USAR 1 I think we should keep, EMT I think we should keep, and there's a couple of others that I think people will be wedded to and they'll want to keep as well. What our recommendation will be is that we have a flexible response tab, and then under the flexible response, the first one we would have would be flood response. And then over time, over the next couple of years, we're going to be saying, well, what's the next part of flexible response? What should come after flood? So from that drop down from flexible response, we'll have flood, and then we'll probably have more into the future of how we could support each other within our communities. So that's where the directory would sit. Does anyone have any comments about where that directory sits? Any thoughts? Does anyone use that directory? Sometimes. I use it for a USAR perspective. If I need to identify a USAR team and who the operational focal point is within that team, I often jump in there and have a look at what was the last entry they made, who's their operational focal point, who can I go to discuss matters. So I certainly use the USAR one. I'm hoping in the future, if we have flexible response and flood response under that, if I had a major flood in Australia and our Australian government body came to me and said, Jeremy, who could we ask and organise a bilateral agreement with to get that country to come over, that'll have some details on it. So I could go into there, I could see Singapore. Within Singapore, I could see who their operational focal point is. I could see what capacities they have, how many boats they have. Are they on water? Are they in water? Are they over water? From those skill sets, I could make a really well-informed decision about whether we approach that community for a bilateral agreement. That's the intent of the directory. What's going to come under that section? So the information that we asked to collect, that we sent out to teams, are all those pieces there. So again, if I went into the directory and I pulled up OZ2, and people go, well, what does OZ2 carry for flood response capability? They would get this information. And that information will help them make that informed decision about whether I want to engage with this country for them to come and provide us assistance.
Can also be adding additional capabilities of the team in the directory.
The resource capabilities of the team? Yeah. Yep. Could you talk a little bit more about that? What do you mean?
Yep. In this section, the additional capabilities of team, we can add the additional capabilities of like firefighting, flood response, or other activities.
Yep. Yep. This one predominantly is going to, so with each one of the flexible responses, we want to identify flood response here. Now, we did adapt it a little bit. We spoke about structural engineers in here. I think we also spoke about drones at some point. So our drones and our RPAS units, because we use that for a lot of search within our response within Australia, and I know the UK use it as well. They use drones for those purposes to try and identify where people are or transport things from one to the other. So that's what the directory would look like. If after you've had a look at that and you think about it for 5 or 10 minutes, you go, I think you could also add this, please let us know. So the feedback that we got back about the directory, and this was a presentation I did to the ISG earlier this year. we had 18 participating nations putting their hand up to suggest they could be able to provide some type of flood response activity right now. So 18 countries said, yes, we think we could go in that directory right now. Since we've set out responses to those nations, that's reduced by about 50%. So we've had 10 responses now to say, yes, we want to go on the directory. So we're still trying to promote the use of the directory. Interesting, we've got 10 who believe they're building their capacity and they're on the way to delivering it. And we've also got another 12 with an intent to build their capacity. So 12 nations put their hand up and said, we're interested in the capacity building into the future. So here are the questions, and this is where I really need the discussion to come from the group, and this is where we'll take some notes. The first one is, what should a reference note for flood response capacity development contain? If you were going to produce a reference note to help you develop capability, what should go in it? So they're the initial thoughts that I came up with. And that's what we've been working towards, developing those pieces. From this group, if you look at each one of those titles, is there something missing? What else could we address in the reference note that's going to help a country identify what they would have to do for capacity building? Do you have any questions about any of those topics up there?
The equipment should also be included, like training and sport is included, but the equipment the team has for flood response should also be included.
Can you say it a little bit slower for me?
You have also added the capabilities of the team and
Yep.
training and sport.
Yep.
So the equipment which the team has.
Oh, the
for flood
equipment?
for
Okay,
flood
so
response.
something in there about equipment. Can we just make a note of that? So somewhere in here, talk about equipment, what makes up teams, maybe some different variations. Okay, yep, I'll take that on board.
Maybe under the team structure. Per team structure, you should have a specific equipment requirement.
Okay, team structure. So if you're talking about on water or in water, what equipment comes with those? Yeah. What are some suggested profiles of that equipment? Okay.
Can we add team insurance or something like that, because it's a difficult operation, flood operation in any country it happens. What would be the backup support for those rescuers who are conducting?
Actually, it's the team responsibility to ensure.
Safety, health and
Safety responsibility, is the team responsibility.
Health and safety?
Yes.
Yep, maybe a section on health and safety. Yep. Yep.
There should be escalation protocol in case if the team can handle it, how they could be.
Yep. Keep talking about that a little bit more. So an escalation of.
For example, the incident might get worse, the team can handle it, how they can notify, or it's like an alarm notification system.
Okay. A notification system. So communications, is that where you're thinking? So a section on communications. Okay. Sorry, keep standing in the way.
Jeremy, I just wanted to add to the first point regarding the flood. You know, for the floods, there are different types of floods. There are riverine floods, there are rain-induced floods, there are, in our at least area, there we have those bluff also, glacier, lake, outburst flood. I am sure my friends from Nepal and India, they also have the same issue. And then there are those, what you call...
Hill torrents.
Hill torrents, yeah.
Flash flood.
Torrents are
Yep. Yep. So the different types of floods can come in there and identifying what they are.
Exactly.
And I was just looking here, health and safety can come into our hazards, so we can bring health and safety in there. So calling it more than just hazards, talking about health and safety. Yep. And defining floods, layering it out to say, well, within these regions, these are the different type of floods we experience. Yep. Okay.
GPS and I think mapping.
Mapping?
Mapping.
Yep. Can you broaden?
Actually, in the flood situation, usually the routes are disturbed and nobody is able to go through through the normal routes because everywhere is the water.
Yep.
So the mapping and the GPS, locations are very important.
Okay.
Training on that GPS location
Yep.
mapping. Yeah.
I might, Raza, when this goes out, I might get you to lean in on that section to identify how you used mapping within your floods and how it supported the operations.
So,
What we do, what we do.
I think he is referring to we call it the multi-hazard vulnerability risk assessment.
Okay.
HVRA,
Yep.
which includes the exposure, which includes the coping capacity, which includes the risk and the hazard also.
Okay.
The classic definition of disaster is that once a hazard meets the vulnerability, a disaster happens.
Mhm.
So hazards are very important to be identified, and it's not necessary that in one area there would be only one type of
Yep.
hazard. There can be multi
Okay.
situations.
So some of the expectations, if you did turn up into a country, information that you're going to be provided with so you can effect a safe response.
So today, once we take you to the National Emergency Operations
Yep.
Center, there we are going to show you how we do the MHVRA.
Okay.
And you're going to see the types of hazards that are there.
Yep. Okay. Does anyone know how I go back to the last slide on this?
Should we also focus on the capabilities of the team? Its team is well versed on swift water response or riverine flood or...
So different levels of response?
Because
Yep.
different level, there should be the different equipment requirement.
Yep.
So it's depends on the capabilities of the team.
The
that
capabilities
is
of the
capable
team.
For the swift water response or flood response or coastal or...
So if it is a bilateral agreement, so we could identify, the bilateral agreement discussions should make sure they reference what capabilities the team have, what experience they have in the different types of floods that have been defined in the previous section. Okay, good point. Good point. Yeah, so how to actually activate that bilateral agreement. Or some suggested processes for it, some suggested guidelines around it, because every country is going to be different about how they organise their bilateral agreements. Now, does anyone know how I go back on a slide in this?
Yes.
Yep, which one do I press?
Next करके दोबारा से.
I want to go back one slide. Oh, there we go. All right, so that's covered off question one. What's the ideal structure for a flood response team? So you're going to picture yourself deploying a flood response team from your country to another country. What's the ideal structure? What's the structure of your team? Do you structure it like your USAR team? Do you make sure you have medical? Do you make sure you have management? Do you make sure you have logistics? Do you make sure... The only real difference is search and rescue. That's when you insert your flood team. And then what does that flood team look like?
The same can be replicated.
Structure would be the same,
Same can
but
be
only changed with the USAR technician rather than a flood rescue technician.
Okay.
Those who are trained in the OBM operation and the boat operation.
Yep. So the only real difference is that we pull out search and rescue, we plug in flood. What does that flood module look like? Assessment group in the team. Can we make a note of that? Assessment group. Yep. If you were going to do on-water, so you're going to deploy an on-water team, what's that on-water team look like? We've spoken about all the other capabilities that sit around it, but we've pulled out search and rescue and we plug in flood. What's that on-water team look like that you would deploy? Would you deploy 2 boats, 3 boats? What do each one of those boats consist of? What's staffing? What does it look like in your countries?
So we are only talking about the flood itself.
Yes.
But not the after effect of the flood.
Well, it can be after, yes.
Because
It can be
after
due.
the effect of the flood, maybe landslide, that probably cover the whole community. That's another shifting of skills from swift water to collapse structure.
Yes, collapse structure. So within our flood response teams in Australia, our flood response teams will be our USAR people as well. So not only do we have that capability to go, you're responding to a flooded area and you're going to be dealing with floods initially, you may be going there and dealing with collapsed structures.
If the RDUs are, they should also be trained in flood rescue because they may encounter
Yep.
the after effect of the flood.
Yes, yeah.
They should not be pulled out and replaced with the capability of
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah.
But if they are already in the field, then they can perform.
Yep.
from-
So do you look?
rescue to
Do you look at your team and they're multifaceted in that you've got all your layers of management, logistics, medical, but then you've also got flood and potentially search and rescue as well, because is that in that pre-discussion that you have with the other country to go, and the host country says, we actually need flood, but we also need people who can deal with collapsed structures. So then you're thinking to yourself, right, if I'm packing my cache, I'm going to send 2 teams with boats, and I'm going to send a smaller cache of equipment for structure collapse. And I actually have a multifaceted team providing that opportunity.
Because we encountered such incident.
Okay.
When there's a flash flood, then while still there's water in
Yep.
the streets, still we are performing now. We are shifting into a collapse structure search and rescue. Or
So a multi-dimensional team. I like that idea. Yep. Yep. But that's certainly, I think that's going to be crafted within that bilateral discussion right at the start between the host country and the country who's providing support. Okay. Yep.
Should also include the like a team squad, maybe 3 to 4 squad per team, and per squad is 4 to 6 persons.
Okay.
Specialized capacity like OBM technicians
Yep.
and maybe divers.
Okay.
Divers with scuba diving.
Yeah.
So 4 to 6 person squad is okay with specific specialty.
In the discussions that we've had within the flood response group, we're wondering how many layers we actually go down. So definitely land-based, and then you have in water and on water. They were ones that everyone agreed to. Over water, that capability is a really important capability, but we would all agree you'd be using the aircraft from the host country as opposed to taking your own, predominantly. The underwater was one that we didn't get too much feedback on.
Maybe it's the boat capsized, something like
Yeah, definitely. It's a need within those environments.
It's rarely needed in flood operation.
Yeah, a lot of the underwater within each one of the countries that we discussed it with, the underwater, a lot of it sat within the policing community and not so much in the rescue communities. That seemed to be not universal, but it was pretty close.
But sometimes when there's a flood, if the community is suddenly hit by a sudden rising of water, some people might be trapped inside the house. So the means of extracting them is through the roof.
Okay.
And so they are now performing the rescue operation by with the skills in collapse structure, because they are going to make an entry on the roof.
Entry in the roof to go in and get the people. Yep.
Then the aerial capacity should also be included.
The
aerial response.
aerial response should include that as well.
To evacuate from the roofs.
Yeah, so over water. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Or in operational phase, probably you will go to the IBS systems dashboard.
Yes.
So there should be some connection or some link be established through the national response centers of that particular country. As the Pakistan, respectively, Sir Raza said, the NCOC said. So it should be integrated with that, attached with that dashboard, so the running teams which are working on that time, they can update it through real-time situation from that country's focal agency.
So with the flood and the information that you were collecting from people in the field in Pakistan, how were you collecting that information? Because you've lived some recent floods, how did you collect the information from people in the fields the last time?
In each district we have the control rooms.
Yep.
And they collect the data and they then send to the provincial control room.
And was that just through your standard communications?
Yes, standing communication.
Okay, all right.
But, you know, during the APERE, I presented the entire structure of the disaster management system that's available in Pakistan. So it is the district authorities, once the rescue teams go on ground, they
Yep.
report back to their district authorities.
So they got a-
district authorities report back to the provincial authorities, they report back to us at the federal.
Okay.
So all that information is,
Yeah.
you know,
Yep.
horizontally and vertically being shared
Yep.
everywhere.
Okay.
So it is, if I go to the minutest detail, the team would be going on ground, they would be rescuing some people, they are going to then be sharing that information that we have rescued this person and now we have taken him to the hospital or to the relief camp.
Yep.
So because the scale of the magnitude of floods in Pakistan is way
Massive.
more, we are too big. It's massive.
Yep. Now I've run out of time, but I do want to get to this question. What do you see as the next stage of flexible response? Let's say flood gets out there, we get through, we work the directory, that gets a big tick. We do the guidance note, that gets a big tick, everyone accepts that. What's the next chapter of flexible response?
Wildfire should also be.
Wildfire, okay.
Forest fire, yeah.
Okay,
Pakistan is also,
yep.
you know, one of
Yep.
them.
What else? Anything else in your mind going, I really think a lot of our agencies can provide this support? Consequence management, so recovery. Oh, excellent. I love that. Because we don't touch that. We kind of get in there, do our rescue, get out. Yep. Yeah. Consequence management. Community liaison. Yep. So working within the communities. Yeah, good one. Did you?
I would say that one of the points would be some search operations in the natural conditions, like in the forests,
Okay.
water, some, I don't know, ponds, lakes,
Yep.
sea, and so on.
Yep. So search.
Some touristic groups that locked in some mountains.
Yeah.
Also could be some application of the select methodology to those.
Yep. Because we've got this great coordination network, but yeah, search. Yep. Yep. That's a good one. Okay.
Still one more question. You were just enhancing this and including this flood response in this category.
Yes.
Or you are, you know, adding one more team as a flexible response.
Well, we're thinking in there, because can you just show your phone to everyone? So he just brought it up on his phone, what it is, that drop-down screen in the VOSOC. What we'd like to see in there is flexible response, and then one of the first tab coming off flexible response would be flood. And then maybe in the future it would be search, and then maybe in the future it'd be community liaison, and maybe in the future it would be consequence management, so recovery. So we'd like to see a number of
All types
labours.
should be there or only flexible response? You can take the flexible response, then different types.
If you clicked on flexible response, then it'd drop down with a number of different layers.
So there's no need to add the team as a flexible response. They already teams who are in the directory, they can
In the
just add the
you'd go in there and you'd drop your team in whichever one you think you could provide support
they
to.
can add their capacity, right?
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Flexible response, then team will check the specific capabilities so that the host country can select.
Are we meant to have moved on, Haruka? Yes. Okay. But I'm here all week, so if you'd like to come and speak to me during the breaks about different ways that we could, like, keep rolling the flexible response community on, please approach me and have a conversation, or also Raza, because he's on the working group as well.
One more thing should be there in the directory. There is only policy focal point and operational focal point.
Yep.
There should also be the team focal points, because if
Okay.
there are 2 or 3 teams, then
Yep.
the contact details of team focal point should be there.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Yep,
You can
absolutely.
directly communicate and
Yeah, the more
instead
touch
of-
points you've got.
Instead of coming
Yeah.
up, down, and then
Yep.
the 3-4 layers.
Yep.
So if there are 2 or 3 teams, you can add the team focal point also.
Yeah, okay. Team focal point. Very good.
Focal point already exists, I think.
In the directory, there is no team focal
Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. I think you're going that way.
Like
Yep.
COS, there are 2 teams, right?
In Oz, yes.
There are 2 teams.
Yeah.
So the team focal point for OS1 should
South Asia. So we would like to hear what your commitment in relation to partnership and how, if you have any plan to expand it.
Which one do you?
Yeah, who's going to break it down? Yes.
The first thing is that the classified team of the region,
Yes.
they can collaborate and support the neighboring countries in developing the USR teams or USR capabilities. So the classified team or the member country should adopt or support one or two countries that we can help them and we can support them in establishing the USR framework and response or classification. This can be easily done. A country can himself ask or say that, yes, I can support this, and this country because they are the neighboring one and we can easily, yes.
How about in Pakistan case? Is there any country that are willing to help in case of emergency?
Yeah, like Nepal is already in collaboration and coordination with, we can easily help.
Nepal, Sri Lanka,
Bangladesh, Maldives, we are already in contact with them, even Afghanistan.
That's what I mentioned when I made a
I think
presentation.
we should have element of regional trainings also. We should also include the regional trainings in the partnerships. In the region, at least we can collaborate with each other and conduct different types of trainings, physical and the virtual also, and sharing of the knowledge and the sharing of the curriculum and the course materials and training programs, so that we can help each other to develop peacetime liaison, so that it will help us to better collaboration during the disasters.
And also, when disaster occurs, you know who to contact, and you have
Yes.
training together, so you know the people there. So it's a lot better to collaborate with them.
Yes, we can.
Regional exercises and the regional trainings, I think that would be the more effective.
I think one of the best way to have these participate at the same time is that, as Dr. Nija mentioned, that they can have ERE, and they can have all the multilateral relationship at once.
Yes, we are conducting the rescue games. It's a rescue challenge, so we are inviting the teams from the regions and even from the globe to participate. That is also a form of partnership with the other organizations. Yeah.
But the INSRAG can play a role to support that countries, the teams, to send them.
To send
So
them,
that
yes.
at least they can,
Yes.
especially at least they can observe, then next time they can participate, so the learning, sharing of experiences and other things.
Keeping those events on the
Actually, it is to
virtual
know the capability of your regional teams or even the global teams, what they have the capacity. Seeing is, believing. So physical exercises and physical, interaction is more important.
As Dr. Rizwan said, that we have two major programs. One is for professional rescue, the Rescue Challenge, International Rescue Challenge, and second one is community responder. So for both we can make a collaboration and partnership.
Okay. So for this training, the timing of your event is annually, right? Ongoing.
It's October, November,
Yeah.
December, it's all. So we can plan initially when the year start.
Yes,
Everything.
March.
This is annually.
Yeah, annually. And we can,
At least
propose some budget
annually,
also
yeah.
annually. Annually should be.
It cannot be done so frequently, but annually is better, I think.
Yep. Well, finance support from other teams, as secretariat perspective, it might be difficult if the training is really focused on INSARAG, because it's donor putting money to INSARAG, right? So that's one of the consideration.
It can be done through the other donors or other agencies.
Exactly. But then if you can do like INSARAG community response, for example, then there's
INSRAG can play a role to arrange something from the other donors or other agencies or
exactly. But the training itself.
training itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sir.
So I would agree that training is very important to develop all the partnerships and the communication between nations. communities. And I would also add that kind of assessment missions could be arranged to increase these partnerships with some countries that are not too much aware about what INSARAG do and other types of emergency response and emergency preparedness missions could be arranged.
That's a very good point. How about in European countries? They are all very aware of the INSARAG system, right?
Yeah.
This is super popular in European region, right?
Yeah, super popular. Yeah.
Even more than Asian countries, I think. Asian Pacific, there are room to improve.
And also in Russia we have a huge part of our country that is located in the AP region. We call it Far Eastern region. And every year in Russia we conduct East Economic Forum in Vladivostok. That was held this year in September, and next year we will prepare some session for emergency responders, and it will consist not only some conference and forum, but training course as well. And we suppose that it will be a training course about water rescue, water and underwater rescue, something like that. Thank you.
Talk to us. Talk to us, not talk to each other.
Okay, for the Philippines, well, we think because now the training institute has been reactivated and I am now with the training. So we have initially talked with the USAID Philippines and with OCHA Philippines, and as well as with WFP, World Food Project, for the conduct of courses on the civil military coordination and possibly on the logistics management, humanitarian logistics management, and possibly on, we have provided budget, Haruka, next year for the conduct of, we will host the UNDAC induction course. So I've seen it in the budget, but it's in the work, so it is yet to be approved. So that is for further collaboration between us, UNDAC, next year. So that is not final yet, but we have put it in our budget for approval.
The induction course is very expensive course. We both just hosted.
Yeah, because, well, the UNDAC members, there are only 2 UNDAC members in the Philippines now, and Agnes is, it's already 60. Yeah, and we want to populate the UNDAC membership in the Philippines, because compared to the ERAT members, there are many in the Philippines. So moving to the ASEAN Center, we also have the ASCEND project, which is the professionalization, standardization, and professionalization of the 5 professions. And Nina is one of the assessors, and she could talk about it.
Oh, yeah. So from the operations perspective, we really work. Yeah. We really work closely with the ASEAN region. So just a current example for Trami, the recent earthquake, the first 3 responders internationally were from the ASEAN region. So that's Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore. So we will continue on working with the ASEAN, within the ASEAN region, because geographically they're more close with the Philippines. Also the landscape, the hazards are the same. So yeah, we will probably explore more trainings and
Philippines is not very Philippines are not really danger place for the earthquake more than
specialization of DRM professionals within ASEAN. There will be professionals for rapid assessment, WASH, shelter, logistics, and
ASEAN project, right?
yeah, and
Yes. I
Korea
went to the
is
meeting
a
like 2 months
sponsor.
ago, yes.
Yeah. So we will continue working within the ASEAN.
One more suggestion. Should we encourage the classified team or other teams or member countries of the region to be the part of the regional forums, other forums also, like ASEAN. It's not the specifically with the USR component, but we can increase the collaboration and participation through this one. If the other
Yes.
member countries also the part of this forum, like ASEAN, AHA, or other forums like SARC.
Yes, so for example, in ASEAN, as far as I understand, the INSAR classified teams in ASEAN are closely collaborating with each other and with the ASEAN mechanism as well.
They should be the member and part of the ASEAN as well.
Huh?
The other teams, if they are not the part of ASEAN.
No, because it's ASEAN is like EU. It's yeah, it's a regional, so you cannot just decide to join ASEAN. Yeah.
ASEAN also have some wider platform for communication, so-called ASEAN Regional Forum for Safety, ARF, in which a lot of countries from the region out
What
of
is this
ASEAN
stand for?
participate. ARF.
No. What is AHA stand for?
ASEAN
Humanitarian Assistance
Center.
Center for Coordination.
Yeah. But I have a question to the Philippines. So you are working closely with ASEAN, right? Then what's your added value to populate UNDAC in the country? Is it relation to INSARAG or you have other?
Well, firstly, because we cannot deploy anymore the UNDAC members because we have moved to the higher position, so we are much needed in the office. So, in a way, populating the UNDAC members would help not just internally because we have the Ardena, but during the international deployment we could contribute as well, and that including as a coordinator liaison for the INSARAG, because INSARAG, as what Susan said, and UNDAC goes hand in hand.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I just added on the note. Yes. Do you
And
also have presentations or?
Yeah, and if I may add, for the Philippine teams for that are vying for classification, not just for ERNAP and eventually for IEC, they will have much appreciation of the INSARAG and the humanitarian response mechanism if they will be also the members. Yeah.
Okay,
So
I
we
see.
take it into reverse as well.
Okay, yes. And then it's in line with what we just discussed in an earlier session, that link of USAR.
Yung Malaysia tutulong daw sa INSARAG natin classification. Also, yesterday, like the Malaysian classified team manifested that they would like help the Philippines to be classified for INSARAG. So yeah. So
Do
we
you have any
should.
plan of classification?
Yeah.
So we started the scoping mission in 2016. Yeah, but however in 2018, the head of our office then demo said that we should concentrate first on the national accreditation process.
I think ASEAN countries are very vulnerable to disasters,
Yeah.
but they are kind of like not really into the INSARAG system and classification. I think I thought personally maybe because they have more focus on the ASEAN community, not really for the INSARAG community. Because ASEAN is for every single disaster.
Yes, sure.
INSARAG is for earthquake,
Yes.
and the flooding and typhoon and those kind of things are matter more in ASEAN region. So that's what I thought.
That's
But
why we're having the
Malaysia take
flexible
lead.
response.
Yeah, Malaysia take the lead. In Thailand is
going through the classification next year, maybe more and more countries can join the classification.
Okay. Is there anything to add? Any question? Then I think, yeah, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
The coffee is ready. No, the pre-zone, na.
So you want me to have them separate?
Yeah, so just, can you please?
Okay, so I shouldn't make it a plan, but I should just send the facilitators on this.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go?
Alam mo, yun. Kunin ka talaga lahat.
please make sure that you inform the host. The host will ensure your transportation to the airport. Okay, so the presentation is back on the screen. So please, facilitators of breakout sessions, Taehyun from the partnership discussion, Dave from quality standard, Jeremy from flexible response, facilitator. Q, can you come up? Yes, for this session, we will go through the summary of breakout discussions that we just went through before the lunch. So before I speak too long, it's very obvious what we are doing. So I'd like to hand it over to Dave, who will share the summary of breakout discussion on quality standard. You can say next. No, we are looking for it.
Thanks, Haruka. Thank you everyone for your time and your input into our group. The first group we looked at quality standards, and the main thing we were looking at was what each of the teams is going to be doing over the next 12 months that will assist us all in improving our skills and our standards. Haruka had the previous list of activities in relation to IERs, and I think there was Singapore who had said that they were going to undertake a UC training course. One of the things that came about the AAR from Turkey and Haruka spoke about was that we have a TOT for a UC training course. We were pretty lucky that a couple of teams discussed that they would be quite happy to undertake a TOT training course. So as you can see on the slides here, we've got the breakdown of what our teams have suggested that they'll be undertaking for 2025. The other thing that we did mention to the teams was that if they're not sure that they can put their hand up to offer some kind of training over the next 12 months, that they go away, they have a talk within their teams and with their focal point, and then come back through Haruka and the Secretariat at a later stage to add it to it to our list. So what we came up with thus far for the next, for 2025, which I say a lot of it which is still be confirmed. The first one from Australia is looking at UC, RDC and coordination training at like an introductory level for the Pacific. Now that's part of what Australia is looking to doing to build capacity within the Pacific. For us, that's one of our major areas of concern and risk, and we want to ensure that we're assisting our neighbours in the Pacific. So we're looking at running a UC, RDC and coordination course within the Pacific. Of course, dates to be confirmed. OZ1 have said that they will run a UC course or would run a TOT course for UC, depending on whether other teams are able to put their hands up and undertake that type of training. So we've also had Korea have said they'll undertake a UC TOT course, again, to be confirmed at a later date. We know that Singapore has already said that they're going to undertake a UC course. Thailand, as we know, are undertaking their IEC in November 2026, but part of their preparation for their IEC is that they will be undertaking an exercise in June next year. And what Thailand have said, that they will be having an observer program for their exercise in the lead up to their IEC. So something will be going out to all teams, observing people to attend. Singapore also has said they will be, we know Singapore's undertaking their IER next year, 2025, and they said they're likely to put out for observers/role players to be part of their reclassification. And the last one there, Malaysia. They are looking at running an ICMS course, but that one is very tentative. But we're sure Eddie's going to go away and make sure that it happens and they get the money for it. The other thing that came out, we just asked teams if they had any suggestions that they could put forward that we could do to help improve the network, particularly around quality standards. One of the things that was suggested by a couple of the teams was that maybe we all could look at sharing whatever we have in terms of online training packages. Now, I'm sure every team has some kind of training package in relation to some discipline of what we do that we could share. So I think what we need to do, Haruka, is look at a way that we can gather that information and then be able to share that information around the AP so we can all keep continually to improve, and we're not all reinventing the wheel and all looking at trying to come up with some kind of learning or training of the same topic. One of the suggestions from Thailand was along a similar theme, but looking at webinars. And I think it was stated that there was a webinar that was being held in AEME. So again, for us to have a look round and see what there is available, and for us to be able to jump on and use those trainings. Singapore mentioned the possibility of doing some online tabletop exercise. Now that's probably going to take a bit of work to do and to achieve, but again, it's something that we will all be able to utilise, and it will all help us build our capabilities. A suggestion from Russia was a structural engineers course. Now I believe that has been undertaken many years ago. But that is, quite a valid suggestion that we probably should consider. Pakistan environmental response training course. Again, no one has put their hand up to run one of these courses, but it is a suggestion that is something that if was available, that all teams would look at. And the other piece was Philippines about seeking some support with capacity building. So I'm sure that, like I say, there's many in this room who are able to assist, and so making sure we're all having those conversations with all of our partners within the room and seeing how we can all help each other. Thanks to SAF as well for helping us facilitate. And that was it, Haruka. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the contributions. So I hope that the clapping means agreement to all the suggestions, correct? So some of the items, of course, can be moved forward with your all agreement as an Asia Pacific Regional Group. For example, storage for the training packages. And of course, we will continue to work with Joint Environmental Unit to organize environmental emergency response training. And of course, we will support the Philippines. Philippines seek the assistance for the capacity building. Yes, so we will take it from here. Thank you so much. Do you have any question or comments for Dave or quality standard? Okay. If not, Hugh Min Ho, please present on the localization breakout discussion result.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Chu from China, and so I'm very happy to here to summarize this for you for our breakout session 2. So as you can see, we got some summarize from every countries, and China, our country, China wishes to do the UNEP in the next year, from June to the December, and we also want to conduct the NIP from 2025 to 2026. And you can see Indonesia actually they need some yes, we have found many countries already have the NIP in their countries, and they have ongoing first responders procedures. So we can find that Indonesia already has ongoing first responders, and Indonesia wishes to do the NIP in the next year, 2025, and Turkey, they have finished their UNEP, and they has some response program and full effect in after an earthquake, and Malaysia, Malaysia wishes to conduct the NIP on 2025, and for Australia's UNEP is still TBC, and for the NIP and community responders is still ongoing, and Nepal for the UNEP and the community responder, Nepal wants to do the UNEP and community responder on 2025. And South Korea wants to add one team member to join the NCBWG working group. And Singapore, they have developed some very good apps, and they already passed the UNEP training of operational. Already passed the UNEP of medium level, and for Samoa, for the respondents training course is still TBC, and for Thailand, it's they already have pretty professional first responders training course, and they are doing the training course. And for Pakistan, Pakistan is still okay, they want to do the NAP and the EuroNAP on 2020-25, and for the first responders training course, they are ongoing, and they got a challenge of every volunteers team and every year. And for Philippines, okay, so first, they have ongoing first responders training course, and Philippines wishes to do the NAP and EuroNAP on 2027. For Russia, they have already got established the NAP system, and for the Russia's first responders is still TBC. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for mapping this targeted timing for EuroNAP and NAP, as well as first responders course. This really helps us to ensure providing necessary resources. We just had the first EuroNAP leadership course in Korea. We had 22 experts already trained, but what we need to do is to understand if 22 is a right number, or we need to increase the number, etc., and how we allocated those resources. So thank you very much for this mapping. Is there any question on localization? Okay. If not, then I'd like to invite Jeremy to provide the outcome of group of discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Haruka. Jeremy Stubbs from Australia. So thanks very much for having us here, and from all the Australians, big thanks to Pakistan, for the NDMA for what you've done for us over the last week. The engagement of all our teams in the INSARAG community keeps getting stronger and stronger with every opportunity that you give us. So a big appreciation from our group, and I'm sure everyone in the room. With each one of the sessions that we ran through, there was an opportunity for me to sell what we've done within the flood response working group. There's 3 objectives that we've been given. The first one was to establish a directory. We're well and truly down the path of that, and I'm now working, or my team, our team, is now working with the INSARAG community to get that directory put up on the VOSOC. So that's something we're going to be doing over the coming months. There has been agreement that we won't be landing on a consistent standard between our groups because there's too many variabilities between our regions, but also within our own collective within the Asia Pacific. And the last one was a technical reference note. We've written a draft, we've come up with topical headings, and we got some feedback, really good feedback from the group in the room today about what that'll look like into the future. The other questions that we proposed to people was, well, what is the future of flexible response? What's going to be the next chapter if we hit flood and that gets accepted well within the INSARAG community? What comes next? And I was really impressed with the mature outlook of each one of the groups as they came through. And I want to touch on some of those points now. There's the obvious ones that we do, and that's forest fire. All of us do forest fire, but there's an opportunity for us to continue to share those resources. I was so impressed that a number of the groups brought up recovery. What do we do after the event? And each one of our teams has a capability of providing support after the event. Public information. We all work with the public. We have those human skills of working with people every day when they're coming across their worst days of their lives. We're there to support them. So we can support with public information, and we've got teams that can do that. Emergency management from a high-level perspective. There were some wonderful examples that were brought up in 2 of the teams that came through about how they've had smaller teams deploy just to support with emergency management perspective. Again, an excellent point. And the last one I was going to say I can't read my own handwriting, but I can. Hazardous materials. A lot of us are invested in hazardous materials. We do it now with search and rescue. We have small components, but we certainly can support each other within our Asia Pacific group doing that as well. The last question that we asked was, how can we get confidence that something like flood response is working? And I love the suggestion that came out from two of the groups, and that was to actually practice it, to demonstrate it, to have a tabletop exercise that demonstrates how you would receive countries, everything from gathering the intelligence, identifying that an event's coming, pre-deploying people into the team, whether it's your own or national response and an international response, and then the recovery that comes after it. So a big thanks from me, a big thanks for your support that I had from the Malaysian team in collecting the evidence, and we'll collate it over the next coming weeks. Thanks, Veruca.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Is there any question to flexible response discussion? Okay. No? Then I'd like to invite Taehyun, who will present partnerships breakout discussion result.
Good afternoon. It's my honor to be here second time. So we have the discussion regarding the partnership that was on the objective of strategic plan of 2021 to 2026, and older countries, they have a different background, different neighbors in different situations in their regions, so they have their own partnership with other countries and other stakeholders, including the non-government agencies and private sectors as well. So we discussed each country's cases, and we have summarized this one in few numbers. So some countries have a very strong relationship with the regional communities, such as ASEAN and EU, and ASEAN, especially the ASEAN community is 10 countries in the Southeast Asia, and they have partner countries in surrounding area. So the Japan, Australia, China, and South Korea, they are having a partnership with ASEAN, so that they don't belong to the Southeast Asian Association, but still they are working with them. And also Pakistan have a joint exercise and training with Nepal and Maldives and Sri Lanka, so they have their own partnership with neighboring countries. I remember that Malaysia have this very strong relationship with the community responders, the community, so that they can be prepared to respond to some kind of disaster when it happens. They can just automatically involved in the rescue operation, so that they can be the real first responder, since they have the same operation trainings and everything with the community. That was very interesting. And also, I remember Japanese agencies, they have the strong relationship with 4 countries. They are not even in the region. That include USA, and I don't remember the specific countries, but when I asked them if Korea can join that community, and they say no. So there are strong in-country partnership as well at different level. As I mentioned, government, community, NGOs. We sometimes our capacity is good enough to respond to our internal or external disaster, but sometimes if our country is a disaster vulnerable at disaster, then we need to involve all the resources that we can take advantage of, including the non-government sectors and private sectors and neighboring countries. So in Korea, actually, we don't have lots of natural disasters, as I mentioned in the previous PPT. And we are just reaching out to other countries, so that because we have overwhelming capacity to just respond to our internal disasters. So we are reaching out to other countries so that we can be a responsible member of the region. And Pacific countries, they were very interesting to have the Pacific countries involved in this meeting. They also shared their interest in joining the UNDAC and INSARA, but they have their strong ties with Australia and New Zealand countries. And they have their own relationship and response system in place. So they have regular exercise, they have regular trainings together, and Australia are supporting all the countries with New Zealand. So that was very impressive in the regional part of the Asia, because they are kind of deserted in the south part. This is kind of off topic, but I asked them how we can apply those relationships with other countries in Australia. When there was a wildfire in Australia, it was quite serious, and all the countries on the western side, including the US and Canada, they get involved and help them put out the fire in the wildland. And I asked them if it's possible to have the same system when it comes to earthquake, but they said it's not likely because the seasonally the wildfire happen in Australia, in the US they're kind of safe. And when US have the suffer wildfires, then Australia is quite safe because it's winter. They have different seasons. But earthquake is not seasonal, so it's not the same system, cannot be applied, that they said. So bilateral cooperation with the other fire service, this is what Korea is very focused on these days, on top of the insider community that we have already have. And China and Malaysia, Australia, Nepal, and Singapore, they also work on the bilateral relationship with countries in the region so that they can support each other in case of emergency. And it was also interesting that they have ASEAN community, they have the biannual joint disaster response exercise, which is RDEX. And we have Asia Pacific earthquake regional exercise. They know that is happening in the same region, and they invite each other so that insider community, UNDAC, and ASEAN community, they can work together in case of emergency. And some ASEAN countries also deploy non-user reform assets, such as ERAD, or ERAD is something like UNDAC for the assessment and disaster response in a very fast time. They also is related to the flexible response. So each country have a different background and different situation in the region, and they are trying to enhance their partnership in the neighboring countries. Sometimes countries in the far away from them, but I think having this relationship will certainly help us to prepare and respond to disaster in the future. Thank you very much for all the nice participation and contribution to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Taehyun. Is there any questions? Okay. Colonel Raza, please. Oh, sorry, I mistake. Okay, thank you very much for the facilitators to present all the outcomes. Thank you. It will be incorporated to our summary. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the next session, session 12, which is member states announcement. So in the breakout sessions, you listed relevant event that you are interested to host, especially in the breakout room 1. But if there are any other announcement from the member states to host event, organize something, please raise your hand. Australia. Microphone.
So I've been in discussions with these people, and Australia would like to start an informal network for women in USAR so that we can share knowledge together. Thank you. So I've been talking to a few people, and Australia would like to start an informal network for women in USAR so that we can support each other and share great ideas and learnings, and hopefully build the cohort a little bigger, because some of us, including Australia, struggle with the number of women in the emergency response services, so let's support the ones that we have. So I will, Haruka will share my email with anyone who's interested, and we can look to working out what platform we can work on and what areas we want to focus on to discuss. I did talk to one of the OZ2 members, and she said, why is it just the AP region? Because Sarah from USA 1 wants to join, and Amelia from UK wants to join. So it turns out we're going to, be a small informal group, but it may include outside the AP region. So I welcome anyone who wishes to engage.
Thank you. Thank you. I see the clapping as agreement. Thank you so much. Is there any other announcement? Korea.
Okay, South Korea again. Thanks to Korean International Cooperation Agency, from her, we have a lot of funding coming from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we are trying to host a lot of events in Korea and invite all the colleagues in the Asia Pacific region to what's happening in Korea. So we are thinking of hosting UCC TOT course, training of trainers course. But if Australia is also interested, then we can maybe compete each other. And we are thinking of hosting global global meeting the next year, 2026. But, it's actually not confirmed yet, but we are in the internal discussion. And Director of Rescue actually he also hoped to host that meeting, so which means it's very positive. So we still need to have our internal procedure to report it to our commissioner and everything, but it's likely to happen. I was kind of like confused when we had the discussion to talk about we should get rid of global meeting or not in the previous discussion. But if it doesn't, it still exists in the 2 years from now. Maybe possibly we have that. And yeah, that's about it. And as I told you, we are very well funded these days, thanks to KOICA and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So if there any events are very imminent to host in some countries, maybe each country or Haruka, you can directly contact me so that we can discuss it further. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm just showing the calendar 2025. So there should be at least one regional user TOT. Thank you. And thank you also for considering being a host of a global meeting 2026. It's really a milestone of INSARAG network. We had the first global meeting 2010 in Kobe, the second one in Abu Dhabi, UAE, and then the third one in Warsaw. And then it will be amazing if we can have another global meeting in Asia Pacific again. Thank you. So now I'm showing the calendar. We are still looking for the host of ERE next year. So if is anyone who's interested in hosting ERE, please come on. Also, regional chair for 2026. How about ERE Korea? I'm sorry, that was not very nice. So yeah, please come up to me if you consider hosting ERE next year. Please do not intimidate by Park One, who just organized amazing ERE last week. There's no competition. So, but then it's really good opportunity for us to practice and enhance coordination skills and the collaboration with different responders. So please contact me if you consider hosting this event. Is there any other announcement? Okay. Okay.
I just want to clarify, South Korea was referring to the Quad previously, what Japan is, and that's Japan, Australia, the US, and India. So we are in the region, and Quad means 4, so unfortunately you can't join us. I'm really sorry.
Thank you. Mic is over there. No.
Thanks, Haruka. And colleagues, thanks for the feedback. I mean, I'm the conscience from Geneva. So I have to just add, I think, excellent contributions or proposals from Australia.
Support IECIR for all INSARAG teams, and then we will provide classifiers to support the system. So it was in the response to the global update where Winston's urged everyone, every INSARAG classified teams to provide classifiers. And REC working group also decided that there's no classifiers coming up from the team, then the team wouldn't be classified. So this is a response from the Asia Pacific group. And then number 5, all the participating countries present their positions for the governance review. The Asia Pacific position will be attached at the annex of this chairman summary. So when you see the draft chairman summary, you will also see the outcome of this discussion and AP position. And then number 6, AP Regional Group implements after-action review of Turkey response to further enhance emergency preparedness and response at the regional level. The work has been developed, including regional mapping of hazards, commitment, and resources, which were just discussed in the breakout sessions in different topics. And then number 7, AP supports, Asia Pacific region supports the review of INSARAG Guidelines Revision 2026 by providing inputs and also actively participate in the working groups to ensure the regional perspectives are reflected to the guideline development. So it's Asia Pacific region, as a regional group, we ensure to lead the development of INSARAG methodology. As earthquake-prone regions, we cannot follow the guidelines and the methodology that are developed by other regions. We have to own the methodology, and we have to be involved in all the development. And number 8, this was just raised by Meg. Informal women's user group is proposed to be established. And this is the contact. If you are women in user team, or if you have a team member who is woman, please contact Meg to establish this group. As a woman in INSARAG, I'm very happy to see this proposal. So thank you very much, Meg, to propose this. And then number 9, the regional group welcomes Japan as an INSARAG Global Chair 2025. And then the regional meeting will be organized in August 2025 in Tokyo. So thank you very much, Japan, for taking up the regional chair for next year. And then number 10, Asia Pacific Regional Group also thanks South Korea for considering hosting global meeting in 2026. It will be such a great milestone for INSARAG, and it will be honored to have this organized in this region. And then I will skip number 11 and number 12. Sorry, I'm not going to skip number 11. I will hand over Winston to go through this number 11 because this needs to be properly discussed before we endorse as a regional meeting summary. Yeah.
I'm the butler in this whole meeting. So anything that needs to be cleaned up will be my task with pleasure. So colleagues, very quickly, we all don't really like to talk about money, but the ICMS system, as we all know, that we use in the UCC and so on, come at a cost. We have to purchase the license. We have to purchase the license, and we have to continually have a team develop this ICMS so that the results that the USA team would like to see, the dashboard, will be continually improved. So the long story short, at the meeting of the AEME just last month, the Africa, Europe, and Middle East group of teams that comprise about a good 65%, 70% of the IEC teams have agreed that what we've done before, donors putting money forward, like the Dutch, like the UK, 10,000, 20,000, I think China and a number of countries have also done so, is not sustaining. So if you are an INSARAG team, you should also contribute. This is like purchasing a tool. So they have come to this number, of $1,000 per team per year. Now, we have not worked out, you're not going to put that into my bank account. Okay, that is for sure. Nor the secretary or anyone in the UN. We will have to, I'm getting back to the IM working group that put forward this and say, please put very clearly, very transparently, and objectively how this process is going to be carried out and why this amount, okay? Because the licenses cost so much per year and we are looking at a 5-year plan. And the main objective is for teams to say, this is how we will contribute and play and have ownership in the process. Any comments from anyone? I'm not asking you to say a yes or no now, but if you have a concern with this, or you are a strong donor and say, country X, I will put on board 20,000 or 30,000 specifically for the licenses. Then ESRI is the partner that provides this, and then we will provide you the necessary arrangements to pay directly to the company that provides this ICMS service. So we are just the mouthpiece, not one centime, not one rupee lands on our table. Anyone from the IM working group that'd like to add a comment? And the good news also is for the next 2 years, the Dutch has put forward, I think, $5,000 or $10,000, so that the next 2 years we'll have the ICMS subscription uninterrupted. Okay, but we know 2 years will come and go very quickly, and then we will again be standing here, someone else will stand here and say, we need a donor. Anyone has anything else to add to this? Or anyone says, yes, I will donate, I will start contributing? 1,000, yes. Australia, 1,000, 2,000. Okay, Meg, I know you hold the purse strings. 5. Okay, come and see me separately. But let us know, because then if you say, look, I'm going to put 5,000, which I think is, you know, if you're a donor, you know how much that is, and that will then sustain the whole Instruct network using ICMS for another year or 2. Okay? So if that's the case, please let us know. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. So it will be included in the outcome of this meeting if there's no further comment. Is there any other question until from point 1 to 11 so far? Okay, if not, then the final point, number 12, Asia Pacific Regional Group thanks Pakistan to host a series of regional key events starting from IRC, APRE 2024, and an Asia Pacific Regional Meeting. Thank you so much, Shukriya. That will be the summary of this meeting. Thank you. Then I would like to hand over the mic to MC for the closing ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Troika members of 2025. First off, we have Lieutenant General Inam Haider Malik as the Regional Chair of Asia Pacific in Siraj 2024. Next, we have Shinya Iwata, Emergency Relief Corps, who is on behalf of the Regional Chair for Japan 2025. For 2026, it is yet to be decided. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Iwata on behalf of the next Regional Chair to please come for his remarks.
First of all, okay. First of all, we'd like to thank the host country, Pakistan, for successfully organizing a series of challenging events, namely the International Rescue Challenge, the AP Earthquake Response Exercise, and this AP Regional Meeting. I would also like to thank the INSARAG Secretariat and the AP Regional Office for their invaluable assistance and support in organizing these events. And our thanks also go to the outgoing chair, New Zealand. As mentioned in the introduction, Japan will assume the role of regional chair next year, 2025. Japan has been a very great supporter and good partner with INSARAG network. Actually, in 2010, Japan hosted the very first global meeting in Kobe in 2010, and the team leaders meeting in 2016, and the AP regional meeting in 2018. Japan has also provided classifiers for the IECIR and the sector coordinator during the 2023 Turkey, Syria earthquake. We understand that the INSARAG faces actually very important moment for the review and the improvement of its tools and services in 4 key areas that we discussed this afternoon, such as quality standards and compliance, strengthening localization, flexible response, and partnerships. Along with the direction in these 4 key areas, Japan is committed to working with the INSARAG Secretariat, the regional office, and Troika members to enhance and promote the activities in the region and to deepen the relationship among regional member states. Regarding the INSARAG governance review that we discussed on day 1, as a regional chair, we will maintain and insist on the AP regional positions at the New Year teleconference in January next year, where the final decision will be made. So before concluding my remarks, I'm pleased to announce that the next AP regional meeting will be held on August 7th and 8th. And please mark your calendars for this important gathering now. So the venue will be the Keio Plaza Hotel, located in the Shinjuku area, a very vibrant district of Tokyo. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to invite Lieutenant General Inam Haider Malik, the INSARAG Asia Pacific Regional Chair 2024, Mr. Vincent Amuga, Deputy Head of Office OCHA, and Mr. Winston Chang, INSARAG Global Lead, to join us on stage for the closing remarks. Before we proceed, there would be a video message from the outgoing Regional Chair, Ken Cooper. After the message, our distinguished guest will deliver the closing remarks. Just lay the video up.
Unwavering support, diligence during our 3 years pandemic forced us to rethink and innovate the way we conduct our INSARAG operations. While those restrictions are now behind us, we continue to embrace that spirit of innovation as we move forward together. We look for new ways of working and we must continue to embrace innovation. Over the past 3 years, our New Zealand USAR team, N01, have deployed to the Pacific to assist in New Zealand's response to humanitarian events, including the COVID-19 pandemic. These deployments have deepened our engagement with Pacific Island countries, as evidenced by the increased participation in the Asia-Pacific meeting held in New Zealand and global meetings. I will take this moment to recognise the immense value that our Pacific Island countries bring to the Asia-Pacific region and our collective efforts in disaster response and resilience alone. The unique geographic and environmental challenges faced by the Pacific Islands have made them critical partners in shaping solutions that are both innovative and adaptable to complex humanitarian scenarios. Their first-hand experience with natural disasters such as cyclones, tsunamis, and health crises like pandemics have provided valuable insights into managing risk and responding quickly. The involvement of Pacific Island nations in recent INSARAG activities, including their active participation in the Asia-Pacific meeting, has deepened our collaboration and enriched the regional dialogue. Their perspectives and contributions ensure that our strategies are inclusive, culturally informed, and grounded in the reality of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. As we move forward, Pacific Island nations will undoubtedly continue to play a critical and pivotal role in shaping the future of disaster response in our region. Their resilience, local knowledge, and commitment to regional cooperation are key assets that strengthen the collective capacity of the Asia-Pacific network. New Zealand is proud to stand alongside these Pacific partners and learn from their experiences and work together for a safer and more resilient future. This strengthened partnership and indeed the relationships built are now an integral part of New Zealand's and the INSARAG's future work programs. Now I'd like to highlight our IER and our deployment to Papua New Guinea. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed colleagues from Pakistan and Japan who are coordinating the next steps for the Asia-Pacific region. Your commitment to stepping into the critical roles of coordinating the next steps for the Asia-Pacific region is commendable. Both nations have long-standing reputations for excellence in disaster preparedness, response, and international cooperation. Pakistan's leadership in managing complex humanitarian challenges and Japan's pioneering work in disaster resolution provide valuable expertise that will greatly benefit our Asia-Pacific region. Your dedication and expertise give us confidence that under your guidance, the Asia-Pacific program will coordinate and refine. We have stepped up in Pakistan and Japan to inspire, innovate, collaborate, unify us as we face future challenges together. New Zealand stands ready to support your efforts and contribute to the ongoing success of our collective mission. We wish you every success in leading the region through the next phase of our shared journey together. Looking ahead, New Zealand is eager to continue contributing to advancing the Asia-Pacific program. We will foster deep regional collaboration and resilience. Once again, thank you all for the support and commitment. We look forward to our ongoing partnership. Thank you.
Lieutenant General, Chairman, Sir Vincent, and to the INSRAC family, I would first say that Dr. Rizwan's dream 19 years ago following the Kashmir earthquake is no longer a dream. And it's one man's vision, but with the strong support from the entire team, from the entire government of Pakistan, the NDMA, the Punjab ministers, so evidently demonstrated in the events of last week that was mentioned, that was so successfully held in Lahore, with the strong donor support and community.
And Chairman NDMA to please remain on stage for token exchange.
Where's the OCHA team? Please come forward. OCHA Pakistan also. Fast. Come. Okay, the OCHA team, OCHA. Thank you. This is very nice.
से अभी कंट्रीज को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होगा तो अभी बाकी कंट्रीज को भी मैं अनाउंसमेंट करूँगा. Now I would request General Imam Haider to remain on stage.
Can we do it on NEC?
G? So that could be possible. He's saying we could do it in the NEOC. So all international. Are we doing it here?
No.
As each country is announced, kindly ask one representative from your delegation to come forward to receive the souvenir, please. Okay. Australia. China. I'm going to keep on saying the names. If we could please line up. Indonesia. Japan. Malaysia. Nepal. Philippines. Nepal. ठीक है. Pakistan. From Pakistan, we have Pak Rescue Team, Emergency Service, Department Punjab. USAR Team, Islamabad. ठीक है सर. अगला रशिया. Russia. Russia. Samoa. Singapore. South Korea.